Hello, everybody. How y'all doing? Going on? How y'all be? Trying to get my screen up here. There we go. Rex, good to see you. Hopefully everybody else is good. Um, yeah, we're kind of starting a bit later into the morning, unfortunately. Probably later in the morning. Probably later this morning before I call it a stream. I'm doing it at the end of the stream. Because that's actually when most people will actually catch the stream. So I'm going to wait till the end of the stream. Anywho, I see Vince is Vince is ready to play games from the sounds of it. Looks like an easy just an easy push your luck game. That's pretty much what it looks like. It's funny. It's not I don't even think it's physically released yet because the only tutorial I literally saw on YouTube for it was the one for Board Game Arena. That is it. I mean, it is 2026, so like, yeah, I assume they just haven't actually released the game physically. So. All right, you say you wanted to try it, right? The maker. Hold on. Actually, what else have they made? Actually, I'm not familiar with this creator. No, not real familiar at all. Joan DeFore. What has Joan DeFore made? Curiosity. That's. I always do that. I go to type board game geek, and I end up typing in board game arena. Yeah, it's not even released yet. That's why it has no ranking. Um, Joan DeFore, what have you made? I've not heard of any of these games. These are the highest ranked games that they have. The designer of Flash 8, which yeah, not heard of this game. No. Oh. All right. I guess we'll try the game, see how it is. All right. So, did you go over the 3-minute tutorial, Vince? Because pretty simple. Yeah, it's basically you're gonna make a pyramid of cards based on the cards you basically draft from the river here. Um, the cards that are on the top half of the card here are what scores at the end. And these cards can flip based on what is revealed here. So if there's matching colors here, those color cards will flip on everybody's boards. So and then alien heads, whoever has the most alien heads between everybody scores several points or whatever. Everybody or they score as many points as they have alien heads, and then nobody else gets points. And I think comets also get you stuff. If you take a card that has a shooting star like this one, it gets you a shooting star car. And then these cards you can actually take away from people if the deck runs out. So that's basically the gist of it. So I'm just gonna take this card. Put it here. Sure. Refill with that. Oh yeah, we can't see each other's shooting star cards. So yeah, so because there's matching purples here, if anybody had purple, the purples would flip right now. But nobody has purples, so um oh yeah. And then scoring at the end. So each visible pyramid symbol is worth a point. Aliens who score for a player the most pyramids in your largest connected area of the same color score a second time. So you'll score for every pyramid, and then for the biggest contiguous group within your pyramid of the same color, that will score again, along with the having the most aliens. Um, but here, hmm. Okay, so if the decks show the same color, you only rotate one card, not all the cards. Just saying. One card only rotates of your thing, not all of them. Otherwise, it would kind of suck. It would be very chaotic. And so, say if I put this card here, um, I cannot flip either of these cards. So if there is a card stacked on top of another card, all the cards underneath cannot be flipped. So you can only flip stacks or cards that are exposed to the top. I remember that. So let's put this here actually. Sweet. Damn it. Um Oh yeah, your pyramid can only have 10 cards. That's the other thing. You only draft until you get 10 cards in your pyramid. Sweet. Good flip, good flip. All right. All right. Um, 1 second. I got this weird crawly bug that I've been looking at and seeing. I want to kill it real quick. All right, we're back. Hmm. Hell yeah. Aw, that sucks. Damn it. Really? You took my card, jerk. And you got me with the aliens. 1 point. That game's kind of lame. Wasn't a big fan of it. All right. Not it's fine. Just not my favorite game in the world. Alrighty. Anywho, glad we got that out of the way for you since you were. Hey, good morning, Jesper. It could be better with more players, but I'm not that excited about it, unfortunately. Uh, what's going on, Jesper? How you doing? Ooh, well, I mean, need is such a strong word, but yes, I would like players. I would like players. You're doing jack shit. Well, how do you feel about playing a game of we even cater to you with this one? How do you feel about doing a game of On Tour with the Europe map? All right, well, it's an easy teach. Complexity is one for a reason. It's not very hard. All right, I did. Waiting on you. All right, so oh, yeah, I've only played with the U.S. map. I haven't played with the Europe map, but I mean the game is the same either way. Um, so no, it is not. There is nothing Jesper could do to interfere with our games. There is nothing you can do to interfere with my game, Vince. Anyways, so basically the idea is this: three regions will get pulled, or three region cards will get pulled with specific locations on them within the region, and then two D10s will get rolled. So we got 7 and a 9 rolled here, so it makes two numbers, a 79 and a 97. So basically the inverse of both numbers that you get combined um, will make up the two numbers you get to write on your board. The idea of this game is to be able to start from the smallest number on your board and constantly draw a contiguous route all through the countryside without it touching itself. Um, and you have to keep hitting ascending numbers all the way through as you keep drawing the line. So that's the idea of what you're trying to do in this game, and you're already set up with with four numbers as starting numbers. So we all have an 18, an 81, an 84, and a 48, based on two rolls and revealed locations for the start of the game. So basically, you're gonna start plugging in numbers with the revealed areas and the rolled numbers. And like I said, the idea is you want to be able to draw a line from the lowest number to the highest number at the end of the game and hit as many routes, like as many locations as possible in a contiguous line without it touching itself. Um, if you write a number in the actual location it offers, it will circle. You'll circle it, which means the place is worth 2 points instead of 1 when you add up the score at the end of the game. The score is literally how many places you hit. So you'll either get 1 or 2 points based on whether or not it's circled. Basically, we're gonna keep doing this until we run out of things to write. If the dice roll the same number, so say it rolls 2 5s, you'll get a basically a star to fill in, basically a wild number to fill in, and you'll put it anywhere you any of the locations that it offers. And then if all the locations are the same region, if you draw the same region, I believe it gives you a wild as well. So that's pretty much the gist of the game. Just kind of fill in your map, try to make a path that will work, and don't get yourself too boxed in. I'm not sure how I want to start this or how I'm gonna go about this, but we're gonna give it a good try. Um, go you, go you, enter. Looking at this map, I'm already wishing it was the U.S. map. It's more spread out. But yeah. So, but yeah, if you choose to put it in an area that, like, so it says south. If I don't put it in Croatia, and I put somewhere else in the south, it'll still work, except it just won't get circled because it's not in the circled location it offers. As long as it fits the region, you can write the number down. Eventually, as we keep playing, the areas will obviously get slimmer in availability to place. So, like, you might not be able to place exactly where you want to place it. You might have to still fill it in the region somewhere, but it just won't be able to go where you want it to go. This is really not a fan of this. Fuck. These are shit rolls. 89. God, what? These numbers are awful, guys. Okay, wow. Um, by the time this is done, I'm gonna only be able to fill like maybe 5 places. I gotta start thinking about my future. Five and 50. Wonderful. Shit. This is utter shit. $67 and 76. right, we'll put you there, and then we'll just put you right here. You're not gonna get you. All right, 48 and 84, of course. Oh, it's your mama's birthday. Very nice. Oh, happy birthday to mommy. Hope you're well, Rolo. We can always play games tomorrow. Oh, that's all. That's same here. So we should be able to play some games. 16 and 61. Man, I love these numbers. I think this has to go here. You probably go here. Why did I do that? That was dumb. Probably because it wasn't going to go anywhere else anyways. Come on, I need a some good rolls. That's what I need. $34 and 43. Man, those numbers. Those are the pits. I think 34 will go there. Gives a shit about 43, huh? Right there it'll go. 59 and 95. Put you here. 95. I screwed that up. All right, 95 there. There's no way I'm winning this game. Right. Let's put 17 out here. 71, we'll just put right here. Oh, man. Great. All right. More shitty numbers. Let's try. Crap. I'm gonna put you here, and then we'll put here. And these are even even more poopy. Even more poopy. I guess we'll put 9 here because where else am I gonna put? Oh man. All right, 92. I guess we will put here. 29. Doesn't matter. Throw it away. I'm surprised we haven't rolled a single wild card yet. That's actually what blows my mind. Usually one at least 2 get rolled a game from all the games I've played of this. We haven't rolled a single one. Nor have the places revealed all the same region to give us a wild card either. Like it's just so weird not getting one. They're so nice to get in a when you're in a tight pinch. $37.73. And I guess we'll throw some right here. Yeah, it doesn't matter. I'm screwed. I don't think I'm making much of a line, guys. These last few numbers really kind of dick me over. Mordecai with a much better with a much better fill than any of us. That's usually what happens in this game. Like all of a sudden, like you get so small, like of wiggle room. It just you get to the point where it's like, man, did I really just like? It's very very rare that you get a comfortable like draw and roll at the end. It's just yeah, you lost the entire South, dude. Those last couple numbers made me just I lost like the entire left side of my map because of those last couple numbers. Just gone. Yeah, but yeah, that's I don't mind this game just as a nice little quick pick me up or nice filler. You know, something to something to kill the time with a little bit. It's nice. And it's from All Play. All Play has a pretty decent selection of games. Anyways, um, is there a game that you and the lovely lady are kind of feeling? Yeah. I was gonna say if you don't get screwed over in that game, then you're too good. That's all I can say. You're too good if you don't get screwed over in that. Yep. Have at least 4 people, so I'll play Bonsai. Not my favorite game, but I'll play it. It's not hard. No. I'd rather not. I it's either Res Arcana or it's Middle Ages. It's one of the two. Um, I really need to sit down with the rules of Carnegie because I asked Triple L like, hey, you when Triple L played last week, I asked him, I'm like, dude, do you know what you're doing in Carnegie? He's like, I'm just clicking buttons. I'm like, you son of a bitch. Of course you are. It's like I think I have some semblance of what I'm doing because it was so long ago that I read the rules that I was like trying to piece it and remember it. But yeah, I gotta sit down with the rules and kind of understand what I'm doing. One of the few you've only beaten me once in it, and it was the last time we played. I don't know. I forget after the first time. Wait, did you double my score? What? Wait, the game's over. Yeah, all of us didn't know what we were doing. Yeah, I'm pretty sure all of us just were like trying to figure out what we were doing or how or to put stuff together. Yeah. You were probably the only one actually knew what they were doing. All right. Oh yeah, that's right. I do recall. I do recall. Yeah, I posted on Discord. Yeah, you guys didn't have a very high scoring game in that one. It was only upper 50s for that game. That game really varies depending on card selection, what becomes available. You can score really good in that game, or or everybody just scores real mid based on how people draft and what people go for. It's crazy. Like the scoring diversity is quite a range. I thought you were inviting, but I can set it up. I just have to look up the game. I don't have it as a favorite, or do I? No, that's the I don't have it as a favorite. Okay. Wait. Okay, we'll just leave it off. Yeah, it's crazy you like Concordia as much as you do because you're not very good at it. I think there's some other ancient Roman games you might like a little better than that. That might fit your style a little more. Problem is, I don't know if they're really on Board Game Arena. It's like I could think of a few like Colosseum, Elysium, um, Attica. Yeah. All right. So I'm trying to remember how to play this game. Um, I know for the gold tiles on the left, you gotta have so much of a certain type of like tile for your bonsai tree to get these gold tiles. Um, no, I never said that. I said you weren't great at Concordia. Yeah, the greens have to be contiguous. So at the start of the game, you only have your seshi tile to place bonsai tiles. It allows you to place up to one tile of your choice, one wood tile, and one leaf tile during a cultivate action in any order. As the game progresses, you can acquire growth cards that allow you to place more tiles when you choose to cultivate. Okay. So these are the cards. Yep. Yeah, so you'll meditate or cultivate, and then check if you got a goal. You meditate, you take a face up card. Below the card's position are the symbols depicting how many or what type of tile you take. Some positions give no tiles, some an option between one or another tile, or some just give multiple tiles. All remaining cards are slid to the right, and a new card is drawn from the deck. Growth cards are played to the right of your starting Seshi card. Band out to keep the symbol on the sidebar visible. Tool cards go to the left, the sidebar visible. Helpers and masters have like one-off instant effects and they're placed face down next to you. Parchments have endgame effects and are placed face down in the same pile as the helpers and the masters. Regardless of how many tiles you gain, you can only retain 5 tiles at the end of your turn. And so if you're not grabbing a card, you're cultivating. Based on what cards are in your display, including your starting Seshi card, you're allowed to play certain tiles as depicted. So basically, you're building a kind of a hierarchy of cards that tells you what you can play on your turn for on your bonsai. Um, Wood needs to be placed with an edge touching another wood. Leaf needs to be placed on edge touching the edge of a wood. Flower needs to be placed on the edge touching the edge of a leaf. Fruit needs to be placed adjacent to 2 leaf tiles which form an intersection. Furthermore, a fruit cannot touch the edge of another fruit. Before placement, if your layout does not allow for wood placement, regardless of what you wish to place, you can discard parts of your bonsai in your least disruptive manner to make room for more wood placement. If you meet or exceed requirement goals of a goal, you can claim it or skip it. So yeah, because the goals like go up to higher point values and they have higher values for a goal. Yep. You can only claim one goal of each type, so once you claim one, you cannot claim a better version. So it's like, okay, well, I could grab this one, but maybe I can get better and get a better goal. You choose to skip it, and we'll try to get a bigger one. If you do skip, you can't go back and claim it. Once you skip it, you have conceded the chance of picking that goal. When the deck's depleted and the final card revealed, all players get one final turn. Hand tiles are worth nothing. Wood's worth 0. Leaves are worth 3 each. Flowers are worth 1 each for each side not adjacent to another tile. Fruits worth 7. Your parchments will score. And most points wins. Okay. Sweet. You can always flip the pot, huh? All right. Hmm. Let's. Yeah. Basically, how you would imagine a bonsai tree growing. Legit imagine that. Flowers are not going to grow in the middle of the fucking tree. Hey, don't judge. I know what I'm doing. My bonsai is going to be really wicked. Don't worry about it. Wait, does it have to be outside the pot edge? Did I miss that? I am not seeing that in these instructions. Ah, the gold card specifically. Okay. Okay, okay. Fuck that gold card. I will meditate. Oh, that's all right. Now I remember why I'm not the biggest fan of this game. It's so pretty. Yeah, my girlfriend would probably like the look of this game as well. But no, like I know what would annoy me constantly playing this game with other people because I remember playing with Trips and Mannequin uh, like a year or so ago. Like every time my turn would come around, all the what are they called, the tool cards or growth cards, there would be no growth cards available, and I'd have to pick from whatever on the board, and then the growth cards would come up for them. They would pick growth cards, and then my turn would come up, no growth cards, and it just constantly was like that, and it just drove me nuts because that was the one and only other time I played, and I was like so annoyed. Like, what is this shit? um, let's Grab you. I think it was like the yeah, maybe it was the tool cards. Not so much the growth cards. I know it was one type of card. Maybe it was the tool card. I like they kept having bigger and bigger hand sizes, and I could never get a bigger hand size than like 5. Maybe that was the tool cards. Because growth cards will come eventually, but yeah, I think it was the tools because they just kept taking them all. I never got my tools. This is true. I need one of these. Yeah, you. All right. I just need to get good. Hmm. Arr. I'm trying to debate on options. Undo, undo. All right. There we go. There we go. Now make sure we can reach out past the pot. Yeah. Gotta reach past that pot. Oh, Jasper, you know you want to trim my my bonsai. It's okay. Who wouldn't? Mm. Yeah, give me that. I don't know if it was good, but I felt like I needed to have it. Do 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 do. Yeah, you're gonna. Yeah, you got a weird little tree there, buddy. What's All right, what you grabbing, buddy? Bamble, bamble, bamble. Hmm. All right, let's place you. All right. Vince is like, I'm just taking this one. Fuck it. You're growing a bonsai. That's what you're doing. That does seeing that on my screen help you a little bit there? Give you some idea what you're supposed to do. All right. I want to do. I needs me more tiles. Mordecai doesn't believe in fruit. He's a fruitless bastard. I need all the stuff. I need it all. I need it all. I need it all. I need it now. Okay, that's okay. You're winning. You're doing a good job. Hope you're proud of yourself. This game. Why does your wife's bonsai tree look like a fucking gun? Yours looks like a male dealing with erectile dysfunction. And Vince looks like what he sees when he looks down at himself. Why am I the only one that looks like he's got his shit all upright? Give me that. No fruits for the people. He's anti-fruit. Can't say he's a Fruit Loop. Yeah, you won. Good job. You did very well. Hope you're proud of yourself. You didn't double your score. Well, I'm glad you didn't humiliate and made someone cry like myself. I'm all about not crying, especially after a board game. There's a fair chance now that I might not be playing any board games tomorrow beyond streaming. Kind of hoping to get together for some in person games, but I don't think my girlfriend's feeling well enough for that. She's not just having one for spells. You had focus. Focus. You had all the focus. The fuck? Let's see what we want to do. The hell is? No, I think it's Avra Cadavra. I think that's what that is. It just now dawned on me you're not actually trying to mention a game. How dare you speak gibberish? Ah, okay. Uh-huh. No, no, no. No, she has POTS, so every now and again she gets a bad flare up and she's out of commission. All right. Hmm. So I'm actually like explain to me. They get Architects of the West Kingdom on here. And then they are now putting the South Tigers games. They didn't even bother putting the other West Kingdom games on here. Like, why go to the South Tigers games if I think everybody else and their mom would rather see more of the Architect game or more of the West Kingdom games on available before the South Tigers games. But I'm very shocked that the Inventors is an alpha. Oh, good news. Wow, good news for me. Not saying it's gonna be for everybody, but so guess who's getting a free, very nicely still good copy of Twilight Imperium 4 for free? Guess who's getting it? You guys are, yeah. You guys are bad at guessing. No, me. My boss slash friend, good friend slash coworker. Yeah, he's oh, here you are with the mama jokes. Get the fuck out of here. Now he has a copy of Twilight Imperium fourth edition that he bought and then he just never touches, never plays. It just sits in a shelf in his closet, and he's not a gaming collector, and he never doesn't ever know why he bought it. He figured he would play it at some point, but he's been super oh, I will. Oh, I will. Trust me, I will. But he's been appreciative of me playing, or just like, or not playing, but he's been appreciative of me helping out at work and being such a hoss. No, we don't get to do a game you actually like because you like shit games. Um, no, learn how to play more games, and then we'll talk. So yeah, he's basically gifting me a copy of Twilight Imperium 4, and I'm like, and I was like, cool. I will happily take Twilight Imperium 4 and not having to pay for it. Maybe if I can get it on the table at least once or twice, I'll look into getting the expansions, but um getting the at least the base for free in good condition. I'm okay with that. I mean, I got plenty of games that don't see the table. What's one more? What's one more? No, no. See, the idea is to get you to learn more games so we don't play the same 5 games every fucking weekend. See, that's how we make you grow. Anyways, so let's see what we're feeling here. Yes, you do to some extent. And no, I still haven't read Watergate on my to-do list. Um, let's try. What do we want to do here? Yeah, you hated that. You hated that. What are you feeling, Jesper? We I'm trying to read a room, and or Vince at the same time. Does she really like that game? Okay. Oh, Vince, you'll get to play a live play of this. Do you want expansions activated or no? Yes, this is the game we are long playing with all the different rooms and shit. Um, I'm gonna keep them deactivated. I think the moat is fucking busted as shit and is not a lot of fun to play with because one, it limits how far you can like build like on your map, and two, it just gives you general big ass scoring if you have a variety of different buildings, which I think is just, you know, kind of lame. Wasn't a big fan of the moat, so right. Yeah, but if it's available, you might as well play with it because it scores you a shit ton of points. Like it's it's just annoying to not play it. Like it's like I could score this much or I can score more. Like it's silly not to score more. All right, let's try this. All right, choose bonus cards. Um, all right, we'll try those. All right. What are the goals? Um, each player counts the number of rooms in the indicated type. All right, so outdoorsy rooms, favor lounge rooms. Yep. On completed rooms and then total rooms. Okay. Isn't your phone like some big piece of technology? Come on. Or is your fingers too fat? My fingers are fat. I would hate playing this on my phone. Rearrange room pieces. Shit. Let's all right. Master Builder says this is what we're doing. Pay me money, guys. Pay me money. All the money. Mordecai has to get that baconry. Do you own this game physically, Mordecai, or no? I have the shitty art old first edition. Oh, I was just curious. Like when they kickstarted and had the new edition. I really wanted to actually get it, but I couldn't justify spending the money on it. I really wanted it though, because it just looked beautiful. Yeah, yeah, that's what I came to. It was too pricey for what I was doing and already owning the game. It was too pricey. If I didn't own the game originally, I might have reconsidered. Ah, do you? Okay. I have the moat expansion. I don't think I have anything past the moat. You talking about the miniatures game, Warhammer and Warhammer 40K? Well, this one gives you the option for the towers. Did that come with the moat? I just don't remember. It's been a while since I looked at inside my box. No, I've seen people play it obviously, but no, I've never played. Well, I tried getting into it years ago, like a long time ago, but the problem is you got no one else had stuff for it that I knew at the time, and I was the only one that had stuff, and I eventually realized it really wasn't the game for me. 'Cause I also realized like people like who play those type of miniature skirmish games, you know, they invest in their armies, they paint them and everything else. It's not just a pick up, sit down and play sort of game. It is a lifestyle game. If you're playing that, you're not playing much else. Um, so I quickly got out of it after I realized it just maybe it just wasn't a good investment. Yeah, Rollo's not wrong. It is very much a big pay to win with the Games Workshop model. Like, yeah, there's some games I want to play, but the problem is they're so deep. Like, yeah, like Gloomhaven is like an example of a lifestyle game in the sense because there's so much of it, you'd be playing a lot of it. Like, if I didn't play Gloomhaven, I'd probably play so many more board games. But I love Gloomhaven enough that I'm happy to play it all the time. But like, I have games like Cloudspire and like, and there's other games that are very heavy with a lot of content, like Arkham Horror card game and Netrunner and stuff. And the living card games, just in general, are practically almost like lifestyle games as well. But yeah, like I have like a good chunk of Cloudspire just sitting behind me, not touched, because there's a lot of barrier entry is like huge. Let's see what we want here. What happens if I? Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. Um. All right. Thank you. Are gonna go here. I do want to play it. Don't get me wrong. Like Marvel Champions, Arkham Horror, I do want to play it. Um, I just again, I can't logistically invest into it with all the other like lifestyle like games I like board games or card games I already invest in heavily into, and I just not willing to do that. Stack of rooms. Let's go. There we go. So like when I tell people what I have a lot of, like Aeon's End, I have everything for Aeon's End, even the new stuff that's literally arriving at my girlfriend's doorstep here next week. Um, I have everything almost, well, except for the very last like promo stuff. For Marvel United, have it all. I have everything for Dominion, like almost everything. I need to get a few upgrade kits. Again, some stuff fell by the wayside. I have everything for Marvel Legendary. As long as the sets were based off the comics instead of the actual MCU movies. Um, so like, there's several different games where I just have like so much content for, just everything for, and it's just like I can't just keep getting games like that. That just has a slew of just like endless amounts of content. I basically had to tell myself I'm not getting Marvel Champions. I'm not getting this or that. Like I can't afford it. Nor at some point it kind of feels redundant. Oh, you took my grand bed chamber. What's wrong with you? What do I want? Yeah, yeah. There's a few that from Games Workshop. Yeah, that you can get. I just again just the miniature gaming. And I've tried Blood Bowl. I've tried playing Blood Bowl. That's not my thing. I you would think me being American football fan, I'd be into that, but the RNG was way too punishing in that game for my liking. What do I want? Well, I did put these out here for a reason. I might as well start buying them. Um, I mean, a fumble should end your turn because the other team pick gets the fumble. But I mean, if you fumble the ball and recover it in a real game of football, like American football, you that is the end of the play. The downs, you're down for the most part. Um, Ooh, what we got the hole. Let's be rearranging. Wow, what a dick. I never really wanted that outdoors, you motherfucker. All right. Guess we'll figure out something else. I mean, I have to take this. This is a no-brainer, so. Yeah, I don't mind playing I don't mind playing TRPGs, honestly. I mean, if I had a lot more time or I didn't stream or whatever, I would probably possibly DM or learn how to DM a RPG or TRPG, but I mean, 9 times out of 10, I'd rather be a player. So it's a lot of work to build up, be a DM for shit like that. So now games where you could pseudo pretty much be a DM and the world is kind of built for you and you just gotta kind of navigate the game a bit. I don't mind that. When I play like Detective City of Angels on the Chisel, because that's kind of the DM of the game. I pretty much um, lead the detectives to, kind of mosey and play, lead them around by the nose, kind of either get them closer if they're struggling or get them kind of lead them astray if they're like on top of the case a little too much. And I also like in that game where if the chisel can like basically sit through the several rounds that the game lasts and they can't solve the case correctly, the chisel wins, which is kind of cool. Oh, rearrange room prices. Really? Two downstairs things? Okay, well. I'll try that. See what happens. I'll see. Yeah. Unfortunately, I'm a filthy 3-4 hour game playing crunchy Euro grinder. Any game that'll sit there and take 3-4 hours just for one playthrough, I'm all for it. You give me my my crunchy Dune Imperium, my crunchy Through the Ages. Give me crunchy Terraforming Mars. I want to. I'm fine with it all. Just Euro games. That yeah. What did we play the other weekend? We played Great Western Trail in house. Come on, guys! You're supposed to buy these awesome places from me. Got what I wanted. Did I? Hmm. I feel you on that too, Rolo. I feel you on that. Uh, Decisions. And Mordecai, you give me good value here. Do not screw me. We will have words if you screw me. Well, this is interesting. Yeah, see, that's the thing. I would do that if I had a lot more time. Like if I didn't do online stuff, if I didn't stream, because I had the group that would probably be willing to sit through that stuff. It's just, you know, for a good while, I just people weren't available. So it's like, yeah, we're gonna start streaming. We're gonna start doing this, and yeah, here we are. What did she grab? Oh, the fountains. Okay. Hmm. Guess I might as well take this and see what happens. I need to finish my foyer at some point. Get a free hallway. Feel dumb not getting a free hallway yet. Truth be told, I try not to get attached to any rooms in this game just because there's no point. Just work with what you see and be happy with what you get. Oh, Cecilia. Sorry, now you got that song stuck in my head because it was actually one of the main theme songs in the that golf dramedy I was watching Stick. All right. What do I want? A lot of good options. Where's all the sleeping rooms? I've been waiting on a sleeping room. There has not been a sleeping room. Like, for the love of God, there just hasn't been one. This is garbage. Whoever left me this garbage should be like banned royally. Would allow me to do that. All right, let's place the stairs or hallway for free. Let's do stairs. There we go. Let's take another turn, guys. Take the fungus room. Another stairs or hallway for free. Okay, we're not gonna see anything that's gonna be worth it. So let's go grab this. Put you here. I got 7,000. I think we grab you. There we go. That was awesome. That was some good comboing. Oh, I gave your wife so much money. Oh man, those are good options. Maybe. Can't fit that there, so not really. Go over there. Got the pizza oven.
Finish him!
All right, yeah. Just All right. I can't wait to be master builder. I need money. Downstairs, some obviously outdoor stuff. He would like some. He'll take anything. That's okay.
What?
What? You want me to hydrate? Well, I can't hydrate. I'm out of water. Don't have water on me to hydrate. I'll stretch for you. How about that? Ah, stretch. See? Stretch. Lots of stretching. Lots of stretching. When I'll get water. I'll get more water when I set the prices for the next auction that I'm about to do. I love my castle. It's so nice.
There's a very low percentage of this that is smiles and glory holes. Very low percentage.
All right. Figure out what the best thing to do here is.
Everybody my age pees their pants. It's the coolest.
Really?
Yes! You ain't cool unless you pee your pants.
It's true. Feel that's all right. I'm gonna go get some water, guys. I'll be right back. Yeah. Holy shit, you guys bought up some real estate. I appreciate it. I needed that money. Really needed that money. Thank you. Thank you. Good money. You guys are awesome. I mean, it means you guys comboed and got points. Not as awesome, but I appreciate the money. Awesome. Really didn't want to have to waste a turn getting 5 grand. Figure out what we do here. $2,600. I think it's just strategy room here. I wish I could get this to rotate and fit here, but unfortunately it does not. That'd been awesome. We're made up for the one less point there. Aw, I finally got followed by your wife. About time. All right, let's put you here. It's not a great place. How about you? Or we just I don't really have a good place for that fucking room. I appreciate you. All right, maybe we just grab you. Damn it. This is a very awkward situation. You guys bought up all the rooms that I kind of wanted. Kind of depressing. I really gotta close this fucking room. Fucking expensive for what I'm even using. I can't justify that. Yeah, we're just gonna have to get you. Put you somewhere useful. Oh yeah. Hydration is needed. Where's all the sleeping rooms? I know we're getting down to the nitty gritty. But yeah, towards the end of the stream, I'm gonna give you guys my top 10 games that I enjoy that are not in the top 1,000 on Board Game Geek. Believe it or not, that are not in the top 1,000. And there's a few honorable mentions, but top 10. Kind of arrange this. All right, what'd you guys leave me with? You left me with crap. Like for real, you guys could have gave me anything. Would have been better. It would have been better. I think I have to grab this. You're welcome, Mordecai. Gotta be willing to spend money to make points, I guess. Continue on. All right. Verifying, double checking. Yeah, that's what I thought. All right, what we got here? Interesting. The bottomless pit. I think I gotta curb my urges as much as I want the utility room. All right, pit will give me 5. This will give me 3. This is unfortunate. Give me. All right, I think I gotta go pit here because it will close up this room and that room. All right, now we gotta choose a completion reward. Which one lets us take another turn? Um, Hey, Slop Girl. All right, so if I take that, I'll have at least some money for the next round. And I won't care what the rooms are. Is there anything else that is close to being done? Corridor. Yeah, corridor. Hallway. All right, so we end up getting the money we needed, and we got the 5 points by taking that. Yeah, that worked out. Awesome. Hope you're having a delightful morning, Slop Girl. Oh, so sloppy. I'm just kind of rearranging my my list real quick. That way, it's much more presentable when I discuss it. There we go. All right, the last round. Trying to outpace Mordecai here. It's been a problem. I've been playing some good fucking castles here, and he's been keeping me honest. Here we have none of those rooms. All right, so we're gonna take the utility room. We're right here. Finish both those rooms. Choose bonus card. Man, both these cards kind of suck for me. Guess we'll take. All right, now I get another turn. Let's figure out what we want to do with this turn. One. I think I'm going to close any other ones out. This is probably the best bang for my buck right here, actually. There we go. Don't know. I don't think so. Probably not. I still plan on stream for a bit, so. Now, some of you guys got a lot of victory points, or a lot of victory point cards. Crazy. I really want sleeping rooms, and outside of like the first like round, there was like no sleeping rooms all game until like this one. They were very sparse. Yeah. Mordecai don't have any. She has one. Vince has one. Like there were so many other types, like outdoors. There's wine glass rooms. There was hallways. There was purple rooms. All sorts of purple rooms. Like, just, yeah, hardly any sleeping room. unfortunately, Mordecai has a few more bucks than me. He'll get a few points with that. It might be a little close. I don't know. I feel like I might have lost by a few points. My bonus cards kind of suck. Like they didn't like. Yeah. Well, I'm sure your bonus cards are gonna benefit you better than mine did. Mine were not that good, and the only time I drew more, they weren't good either. So I'm pretty sure you got this. But Jesus, you got way more than I thought. Holy crap. Yeah, like I said, your bonus cards were so good. Mine were awful. I told you your bonus cards were probably gonna get you the win. Yeah, my bonus cards were awful. Like I needed sleeping rooms, and there were just none showed up. Oh yeah, you probably got number 8. Yeah, yeah, you had some good cards that worked for you. No problem, Cecilia. Yeah, my cards didn't line up the way I want them. I felt like I had to work to get a lot of a lot of these things to kind of work out. You gonna go eat lunch? All right, take it easy. Get some good grub. Foods always sound good. Food is always tasty. Oh, I guess we could figure out if there's anybody else in the chat that wants to play, or if we're I don't know what Vince is doing or what he wants to do. I need to read back up on Lorenzo. It's been a hot minute since I played Lorenzo.
Hate that clown.
Easy. If you can't beat the clown, how you gonna beat Shooter McGavin?
All right. So if there is if people do want to play that are hanging out in the chat, I'm more welcome to play another game. If not, then I'm probably just gonna move on to my or what I planned on discussing for the end of the stream. So we'll just give it a few minutes, see if there's anybody. If not, we'll move on. Hmm. See, my one buddy asked if I would learn how to play Fate of the Fellowship because it's on Board Game Arena. Told him I'd look into it. It's it's got the pandemic engine basically, right? Yeah, okay. Yeah. So basically, they took Pandemic and made it. They put a Lord of the Rings skin on it. It's already ranked 92? You fucking kidding me? This game is ranked 92. Pandemic has fallen all the way to 171. It's crazy. Pandemic used to be in the top 100, like, hands down. Like, but yeah, so many, like, it's crazy that, so I don't understand that sometimes, like, when people are like, hey, there's this new game that basically is a skin or a re-implementation, so it does like one or two things better or different than what the game it's re-implementing, I should say. And then they give that game the high grade. They're like, yeah, this is like a 10 for me. Where the game it re-implemented, which used to be a 10 for you, is now, well, I'm going to give it a 7. Because it just pales in comparison. Even though it barely is that much different than the other game, people feel the need to rate it so much lower than what the game that re-implemented is, and that basically the new their brand new toy. And let's look at the top. Let's top 100. It's been a minute since I've looked at the top 100. Raz Birmingham, you're never gonna get that off that goddamn perch. Arc Nova, Pandemic, Gloomhaven, Dune Imperium, superseding or finally going over Dune Imperium, not surprised. 4th edition, War of the Ring, Terraforming Mars, Star Wars Rebellion. I love this game. This game's a lot of fun. I really do enjoy it. I just wish I had people to play it with, like, personally, that would want to play it. Spirit Island, Jaws the Lion, Gaia Project, Twilight Struggle, Castles Burgundy. Yeah, Castles Burgundy, number 15. Still this high on the all-time list, Castles of Burgundy. Like, such a good game. SETI is 16. Holy shit. Slay the Spire board game is now 17. Like, are these rankings for real? Like, are these games really that good? Or is it just like people are so tired of all these other games being so high up that they're like, no, we need to give these games super good ratings. Oh yeah, I'm gonna go see Mandalorian and Grogu myself. Yep. I've been following that series. I do want to watch that. Yeah, I haven't sat down and watched that yet. I've been trying to watch some other stuff and I haven't gotten around to that yet. I'm wondering if how my girlfriend feels. If she feels like entertaining company, we're gonna play some games later. But if she's not feeling like dealing with company, we might actually just go watch Mortal Kombat 2 in the theater. I really want to watch it, and I just yeah, I don't really want to have to wait to another weekend to watch it. Through the Ages is 18. All right. Lord of the Rings, Duel for Middle Earth. Again, another new game within the last year. Great Western Trails now down to 20. Frosthaven 21. Brass Lancashire. Eclipse. Seven Wonders Duel 24. We got Nemesis 25. Scythe. Feast for Odin. Yeah, you can see my ranks for some of these games. What I thought. Like Legacy. Concordia 9.5. Yeah. Lost Ruins, Sega Edition, Arkham Horror, Sky Team, Root, Terra Mystica, Orlean. Too Many Bones. I've been wanting to play that, but the problem is it's really hard to find someone that owns that. Um, Wingspan. Mage Knight is another game I really want to retry and play again. I never, one and only time I got to play this, I didn't really fully get to enjoy it. And that's why it's got the subpar rating right here. I want to give it another try. Barrage is 40. See, people love Barrage, Vince. Yeah, 40. Hegemony, I don't know. I've heard the people that like this game really like this game. Obviously based on the it's highly motivated through, like, it's highly political. Um it just, this, I don't know, this game hasn't really grabbed at me. Like, I've looked into it and it just doesn't grab my interest. I'm not very big into politics myself, so like, it just, if you got a game that's really themed around that, that's not really gonna, you're not getting me to the table with that. Everdell, The Crew, Viticulture, Kanban EV, Crokinole. I've always wanted to play Crokinole. Like the Canadian flick your disc, make trick shots. Yeah. Yeah. I've played games that borrow from this or like have similar like properties, but like I've never legit just played Crokinole. Heat's a good one. Marvel Champions, Food Chain, Underwater Cities. This is a game I really want to play again. I own it. I haven't played it that much, but always wanted to get it on the table and play it again. I also want to do the Ticket to Ride Legacy at some point. If I can, a 12-game campaign of Ticket to Ride, I'm down. PAX Premiere. We were talking overrated games. I was trying to think of games I felt were overrated. I think PAX Premiere is on that list. I've tried playing this several times. I don't get the appeal. I just don't get the appeal. Do you want to play Azul Duel or do you want to play the regular Azul game? We got Cthulhu Death May Die here. Harmonies, Age of Innovation, Puerto Rico, On Mars, Cascadia, Pandemic, Season 0, Anachrony, Caverna, Oathsworn, Agricola, Blood Rage, Session, Grand Austria, Blood on the Clock Tower, man. Lisboa, Season 2, Pandemic Legacy, Sleeping Gods. I've wanted to try that at some point. White Castle, the White Castle. I've heard good things about this. I've not. For some reason, this eluded me. I have not yet played it. Zolkin, I love that one. Power Grid, Clans of Caldonia. Enjoy that. Mansions of Madness is one I'm yet to ever play. But again, I got a feeling if I'm ever going to play it, I'm probably going to have to buy it. It plays a little differently than the normal. Have you played a regular Azul? I don't remember if you have, Vince. Have you played the normal Azul game? New Zealand Great Western Trail. We got Quacks. Paladins of the West Kingdom. I think that's the highest West Kingdom game there is. Endeavor, La Havre, Galeris, Netrunner, Agricola, Revised Edition, Voidfall. Man, I want to try this game for the fact that it's this high. I want to give it a try. Star Wars Imperial Assault. Maracaibo is another one I really want to replay at some point. Wingspan Asia. I don't know why an expansion is so high on the list. Was there something about Asia that made it a unique like entry? Oh, it's just an expansion. We got Darwin's Journey. Hey, Vince, Darwin's Journey, 89 on the list. People love Darwin's Journey. Go fuck yourself. Let's see. We got Max and Minions, Revive. I love Revive. I was talking about the Fate of the Fellowship Pandemic reskin. It's at 92. Crew, Brace for a Galaxy, Kingdom Death Monster. Five Tribes still in the top 100. Final Girl, Azul. yeah, so Azul, we're discussing Azul, number 98. Bomb Busters. I keep hearing how good this one is. I need to give it a try. And then normal, uh, unadulterated, regular old Clank rounds out the at least the top 100, the current top 100. It amazes me. It amazes me out of the last like 5 years, like not even 5 years, probably the last 3 years. The last 3 years, how many games are in the top 100 right now within the last that have come out in the last 3 to 4 years? So many on this list within the last 3 to 4 years. It blows my mind. Like I very surprising. Just because usually like back in the day, and it just shows how much this hobby has grown. Like this list would barely like move like from year to year to year. Like you would see a few entries show up here and there, like one or two, and yeah, like you didn't really see that much change. Maybe all of a sudden like a game got more print runs and then like people got a hold of it and then it would finally surge in popularity, stuff like that. But yeah, like nowadays, like there's so many games out there and so many re-implementations of stuff, so many different reprints get made of games now. Like a lot more shit's accessible, and now it's like, you know, also like IPs turning into board games, and they're not bad half the time now. They're not, it's not a joke. Um, yeah, there's just all sorts of crazy games that just have come out in the last like several years that just are they basically just changed the guard of how awesome board games can be. But yeah, you want to play Azul? We can play Azul. All right. Is there anybody else in the chat that wants to play Azul with us? Azul, Azul, Azul. So I know Summer Pavilion's on here. Duel. So Duel's a little different. We could try it. I'm not 100% sure how I feel. Blood Rage is good, but you want 4 people for that. It's a good game. I think you would like it. But you need 4 people. It plays okay with 3. You want 4. Because it's a drafting slash area control game. And it's intense. Like there's the gas, your foot's on the fucking gas pedal the entire time, fucking people up and causing problems. And there's strats to where it's not just like straight up kill people or get, become super powerful or hold lands. Like you can also just take the low key strat and get like shit tons of points for like losing battles or losing people to Valhalla. Like there's all like there's a variance of like shit that is available to do in Blood Rage. It's enjoyable. I do like it. I'm not good at it. I say that, and then I also say I'm not good at it. You want to do Castle Combo? Yeah, that's a nice little quick game. So like me and Hannah tried Azul Duel, like because she likes Azul. But I'm like, hey, let's try Azul Duel because it's 1v1. We both weren't the biggest fans of this. I think I would just rather find a third person and play Azul. Like any of the Azuls. I'm wondering, I need to try Queen's Garden again. But Summer Pavilion's okay. I like the regular Azul the best, obviously. Yeah, Castle Combo. Castle Combo. And this is fine playing 2 players, so. I don't know why. Every time I'm awful at this game. Every time I try to play, I feel like I'm doing well, and then someone smokes my ass. That literally. I don't know why that's the case. I always feel that way. All right, let's see what Vince does first turn. I love that this little thing here, this helper get game aid. I wish all the games on Board Game Arena had this. I wish they did. All right, so kind of happy with the fact that I'm here. Let's buy this for 2. Make my silver cards cheaper. Hmm. That's a weird place to put your dude. I'm assuming you screwed up, but I'm not going to judge you. I like keys. Let's grab keys. This guy has to be in the top row. This guy has to be in the top corner. So we're just going to put him here. All right. Where are we at here? So 1 per that. 7 if he's in the bottom row. Okay. That for different cost? Sum of cost of all. Okay. So victory points equal to the sum of. He's pricey. Activate when spending the key. What does that do? What does that do? Discard all the. And then, okay. He's expensive. Activate ability of adjacent card. Could have all the keys. Kind of gross. These are weird cards. I'm not gonna lie. All right. I think I'm gonna spend some money. Oh. Maybe I just go get him. Just don't like my options. All right. Let's just move him. Grab him for 4. Place him. All right. Really don't want to have to do what he just did. Um. I have to, though. All right, I think maybe I can get a better card. Got plenty of keys. Let's spend. Get a key. All right, so we're gonna grab this guy. Yeah, Vince doesn't have orange, so let's just get 2 keys. There we go. We don't have orange. That would give us yeah, let's grab you. Give us a few bucks there. All right. So one per that. The Squire's kind of nice, but man, one getting points for him. All right, I gotta take him. Very nice, very nice. All right, we're gonna flip this card. And we'll put him here. Ran out of monies. Man, I want her fucking. I want that card, but she has a orange shield. I don't. Can't have orange shields. Of green. Oh, perfect. This guy's perfect. Right here, sir. All right. Really? Is that where we're at? Oh, it's gotta be a set. Okay, that makes more sense. I think it's just not gonna get money, but get the points. All right. $76. All right. Good games. Good games. Yeah, like I said, I'm not usually all that great in this game. I always feel like I do well, and then usually I get shown up. But no, I end up getting some good cards came up that worked together. I end up getting them worked out. Yeah. Ooh, yeah. Good shit. Anyways, looking at the time, I think I might just do my list here, Vince. I know it's probably getting close to that time for you to kind of call it as well. Ah, more FF10. What playthrough is that of yours? Yeah, I want to play more with the expert grid myself. So, have I ever told you about why I don't really I kind of stay away from FF10? Not a bad game at all. It's a very good game. No, so I used to have I had a college roommate who he loved this. He loved 10 to death, okay? And when he loved the game, he played the game to death. That's why it took me so long to finally be willing to play tactics as well. So it's the same guy who would do the bullshit I saw in tactics. So in FF10, what he would literally do, so he could just blow through the game, he would get to the Sin battle, I think in between Luca and Baville. I think that's where it is, or it could be right before Luca. I can't remember. It's when they fight it's when they harpoon the fin and they constantly send the little drones while they're on the ship. So it's early game, obviously. He realized that they will just send infinite drones if all you do is attack the drones and don't attack the fin. So basically he had it like the cursor memorized, of course, in the options, and he would then hold, like, tape the button down to so it would always click attack and would always click on the minions. And he shut this off and let this go for over 24 hours. Okay. And then he would finally pick the game back up, finish the battle, and because all those little minions count towards getting whatever the attribute point's called, he would just have all the points he needs to just run through the sphere grid and just do what he needed to do. It was stupid. Yeah. So, and then he would just, like I said, he just run roughshod through everything because he was just all of a sudden super powerful. And I was like, well, what's the point of even playing the fucking game if that's how you're gonna play it? Like, that's just, why don't you just play Grand Theft Auto and type in the code for God mode and never die? Like, just it just always cracked me up. Well, yeah, stealing is crazy good in that game, but yeah, that's what he would do. He would find ways to break games and just do dumb shit, and I'm just like, what's the point? Why? Why outgrind the game to such an extent? It just didn't make sense, like, ever make sense to me why anyone would think that's fun. Like, he had a bit of god complex as well. Shouldn't say god complex. He was a narcissist. Yeah, but the thing about 8 is it's also fun to do random challenges with. You should look up my FF8 challenge mode that I did on the last time I streamed 8. It's on YouTube. You should see what the bullshit I had to do, like the rules that I had to follow, because they were all random, by the way. I randomly wheeled rules I had to follow to get through that game. And it was a pain in the ass. For the very early part was a pain in the ass because the only way I could actually heal until I got certain abilities, the only way I could actually heal my party was resting at an inn. At the beginning, through at least disc 1, I believe, I could not heal my party until I rested at an inn, or they did something in the story that just healed your character. Like, I could not heal my characters based on the rules that were presented. 12's good. I love 12. 12's great. 12's my third favorite. My guilty pleasure's 15, by the way. Not saying it's great. It's just my guilty pleasure. But yeah, the classes make Zodiac Age. Yeah, Zodiac Age is the way to play. You don't play... If you play the original, it's just such a lesser version. I don't know why anybody would want to play the original. I mean, unless they literally enjoy having 3 of the same, like, person in their party, then sure. Otherwise, it's just no point. All right, guys, we're going to discuss. I was talking I saw a video, and what made me want to think about this, I saw a video on Dice Tower the other day. Tom Vassell was just randomly going in the looking at games that are like that are kind of considered super mid. So he was like looking at games that were like ranked like past like 3,000, like super down the chart. And then to be fair, games like all sorts of games are on this chart, and I think the chart goes all the way past 18,000 at this point. Like, if we had to look at, it's 17,000. Okay, maybe no, that's the page. Hold on, we're gonna see what the bottom game is. Well, none of these are ranked, so we can't see this ranking. See, they put so many games in here that don't have an actual release yet, so that kind of makes it harder to find like the page where the last like super annoying. I wonder if I can look up a page. I don't think I can. Yeah. Anyways, basically, I told myself, hey, there's all these awesome games, but there's even awesome games that are beyond the top 1000. You know, we were just looking earlier at the top 100, and I own a fair amount of those games. I love a lot of those games, but there's still plenty of great games in the top that are not even in the top 1000. And you know, some board gamers get a little snobby or get a little like smug when it comes to like looking at certain games, because they feel like if a game's not in the top like couple hundred or even in the top 100 for that matter, they're not gonna, it's not worth their time to play because they're not that good of a game. Oh, no, that game's like not even in the top 500. Nah, it's not that good. No, a lot of these games are still enjoyable, or still very good. It's just now there's just so many games out there now. Which PS2 game were you curious about? Um, so I wanted to kind of discuss, and I was like going over and looking at just games that I've played on Board Game Arena, games I played in general, and just kind of condensing and figuring out, because there was a couple games on my top 100 list that are actually not even in the top 1000 on Board Game Geek. So I went ahead and compiled a list. It was originally going to be a top 10, but now it's a top 15 with a honorable mention. So let's go ahead and start discussing. Why did those sound familiar? Let's look real quick. I don't even think I've played this. This one is not available on PS5. It would say so. Only, yeah, this one doesn't have a digital release. And yeah, this one doesn't either. Nope, neither of them are available past the PS2. All right, so let's discuss the honorable mention. The honorable mention I'm gonna meant is that is not in the top 1000 is the Power Rangers Heroes of the Grid board game that I have. So we're gonna look up all these games, so I don't have to, because I don't own every game that's on this list. So all right, so they have Power Rangers Heroes of the Grid ranked 3021. It's actually got decent ratings, average rating by like just more or less everyone who's pretty much rated it. 7.9 for something that's ranked this low is actually not that bad. But yeah, so yeah, a lot of my Power Ranger stuff is actually painted. I had friend of mine paint all mine. But yeah, like so game's got miniatures, it's got cards, abilities, cards of 10. So basically it's a cooperative game. You get with people, you take on the persona of a ranger, whatever ranger you choose. And basically there's 4 areas. Let's see if we can find the areas here. Ah, okay, we found them. So the board is made up of 4 areas in a round circle around the command center. And basically you'll reveal cards and it will spawn enemies in these areas. And sometime as the game progresses, it will spawn monsters, bigger monsters that you deal with, like the Sphinx, the pig, whatever. And then eventually you'll deal with the boss. Could be Rhea Repulsa, could be Lord Zed, could be Scorpina, whoever you got set up. And the idea is you got to beat the boss to win the game. So yeah, you would basically go in the battles, sometimes on your own, sometimes with people, and you would play cards. You have if you're only playing with one ranger in a multiplayer game, you would have a deck of 10 cards. And basically the deck would act as a means to play and play cards, roll dice to deal damage. And the cards had defensive shields on them, so if you took damage, you had to flip cards from your deck to reveal shields to basically represent damage taken. But yeah, it has a very intriguing system on how turns are laid out, because like it's kind of a turn-based game in a sense. Like enemies will go first unless you have like, yeah, so like the enemy cards, I want to see if they have have the like battle board out here. I'm not sure if they do or not. But yeah, games would oh yeah, they're showing the like board there, more things. But yeah, basically things would be like all the enemy cards would be laid out that's in the battle, and then you have if bosses and shit were in play, they're all laid out, and then you basically you get to go first unless the enemy has like a haste ability, and then they actually go first instead. But basically they'll deal damage to whatever their card says, whatever they some just do unique abilities, but some would actually try to attack the lead ranger or just all the rangers. And then you would have to pick a card to try to deal damage to and then defeat it. If you did defeat it before the card activated, then basically you got a free turn, in the sense that you don't get hit and you basically kind of in a sense get a layup and get to go again, and hopefully not, you know, take out the next card that would go and try to f you up. But yeah, as you would play, you would have to defeat so many of the cards for each monster and a lot of the cards for the boss that you dealt with. But like eventually if you beat so many cards, you would from the boss, you beat the boss and you win. Like I said, enjoyed this game. It's a lot of fun. Very cooperative, because ranger turns involve only one ranger doing something or playing a card, and then it's the enemy turn again. So it's like you have to communicate and work together to basically decide, okay, does this, all right, you're gonna play, and then the enemy's gonna go, and then I'll play this card, and then yeah, so you always had to like be openly communicate, and then also be willing to not just be throwing your hand down and just being the one to take all the turns. So like I said, this is a very cooperative game. But yeah, this is a fun one, and it's my honorable mention. So let's discuss like I said, I got a list of 15. Let's top 15. First, we'll discuss Chocolate Factory is my number 15. Chocolate Factory, it's on Board Game Arena. This is ranked 1909. So this is a drafting kind of a game where you draft cards and parts of a factory together to basically figure out how you're gonna basically convert chocolate. Basically, the idea is you take you have an assembly line, you convert chocolate into different forms, from cocoa beans, and you turn it into different types of candy. The idea of the game is you're trying to fulfill contracts, and you're also trying to fulfill small and orders, big and small, basically. Let's see if I can find better pictures. Some of these pictures kind of suck. But yeah. So I'm just trying to see if we can find. Probably some people just putting random. So yeah, like I said, you show you here. Conveyor belt, like your conveyor would come in from here, and the chocolate would go down the conveyor, and then you would, depending on where it was on the conveyor, you would activate machines using coal, turn the chocolate into this and that, basically converting chocolates, and then like you would dump it out from there, and then basically depending on what you ended up making, you would fulfill orders, or different go to different department stores and basically give them a certain amount depending on what they're asking. And you want to be higher, you want to do better than everybody else at that department store as you go. And there's like six rounds. I don't know. I always thought it was kind of cute with the going through the conveyor and then choosing. It's like, oh man, I could definitely change my engine up to make some good chocolates and have these available. And then like sometimes you'll draft like a super, I shouldn't say a superpower, but like a unique ability for that round that could like cheat the process and be able to do this and that. Yeah, for what this is, I genuinely enjoy it. As any of these games are on the list, they're not my favorite game in the world, but like the every now and again, I don't mind playing this game because it's got that cute chocolate factor. Don't eat the pieces; they look yummy. Don't eat them. But overall, yeah, this game's got a lot more going on with it than it actually looks, and I've definitely enjoyed it. It's got a place in my collection, and yeah, every now and again I like to bust it out, give it a whirl. So that is Chocolate Factory. That's number 15. Number 14, it's kind of, well, there's two games of this. They're they're similar in theme, but they offer a different style of game, as I'll show you, because it's hard to explain. So we got Almanac. So there's the Dragon Road and the Crystal Peaks. So I have both these, but I'm just going to show you Dragon Road. All right, so this is ranked 4,315, okay? So this is a worker placement game, and what makes this game kind of unique is that it's almost, you're competing with all the caravanners to basically maximize your product, the amount of product that you carry. That way, when you get to the end of the game, you then take what you have made and make as much money as possible. You reach the end of the caravan, the Dragon Road. You make it through the Dragon Road, and you are then taking everything you have accumulated and then trying to maximize the amount that you are getting. So basically, when I say worker placement, so every kind of like area that you would play worker placement in is like it's a different style of worker placement. So there's all sorts of different styles, and they tell you the placement rules and what you got to do in order to play your workers. And then like I said, you'll get goods to put in your caravan. Your caravans you can make your caravans bigger as you go. That way you can carry more goods. Um the so obviously you want to try to, like I said, maximize, get as many goods possible, be carrying what you want to carry all the way through this like dragon road, because you make several stops along the way. So this is like one of many stops that you're seeing here. But the thing is, the game has a mode where you run into encounters. So you can run in, so I think you stop at like 5 different stops before the last place. And the game is set up to where you choose like where to go after an encounter, but along the way, you you as the full caravan deal with an encounter. Sometimes you have to fight or battle certain enemies or quandaries, or you come to a situation where you got to make choices where maybe you have to sacrifice something, or maybe trade something in order to possibly get something. You know, whatever the encounter depending on what the encounter is, it could be any of these things. But you deal with the encounter and then you go to the next place to play another worker placement game. So this game is like several worker placement games in one, in a sense, and they're all very small. You doesn't take much time to get through these areas, and then at the end, like I said, based on everything you got, you then sell and maximize and get as much out of it as you can in the last place. Because the worker placement things in the last place is all about just selling all your goods and trying to do and maximize profits. So I get why some people were not a big fan of this game. But for me, it was kind of cool to be able to, you know, kind of have this like process of like building my caravan and then getting the most of everything, of all the choices that I made along the way. Like, and then to have it like basically, mean something like grandeur towards the end, because it's like, I finally made it here. I'm gonna finally, try to do what I need to do to win this game. And it's like, I made this journey. Yeah, so I don't know. I just personally enjoy it. I don't know if I can get that many of my friends to play this game that often, but I thought it was fun. It's a good one, my opinion, but some people don't, which is why it's ranked like 4,000, whatever it was. What was it? 4,350. So it is what it is. All right. So the reason I said it depended on which, it didn't really matter which one I was going to talk about, because it came out with a sequel to Crystal Peaks, which is pretty much the same concept with the worker placement. It's just all new. It's a whole new journey with different worker placement rules, different. Basically, yeah, it's a second version of the same game. So, and this one got ranked 10,589. Like, it didn't even get much love. And honestly, I think people were just kind of like, I think what was disappointing about it was that it just people were expecting maybe something complete like much different than what the original game was, and it was just like the same concept except a whole new slew of worker placement styles and the like it's still like all new endeavors, all new encounters, stuff like that, but like the concept was just the same. So it's kind of like you can either play the Crystal Peaks or the Dragon Road. It doesn't matter. It's the same game. It's just yeah. Which variant do you want to play? So I think people were just kind of like, well, hmm. All right. So let's discuss number 13, homesteaders. Now, homesteaders is actually ranked not that far off from the top 1000. It's 1168. Homesteaders is it does several things actually. It's got a little bit of worker placement, it's got a little bit of auctioning, it's got a little bit of tableau building, it's kind of a little bit of everything. Which kind of got it kind of charmed me in a way. I'm trying to find like a good like game setup here instead of like just individual pieces. Okay, so basically everybody starts out with a farm. I think it was a farm or it's something or maybe it was the homestead. Everybody starts out with the homestead and start buildings are like actions are like revealed for the auction. So like this, so you'll see this for an auction, and basically everybody's gonna auction to try to be able to do one of these actions. Um, there's all the game is set up to where depending on the amount of players, one person will always not be able to win the auction, and they must end up passing, which isn't the worst thing because when they pass, they end up getting some other stuff like a railroad extension and whatnot to help get some income and what have you. But yeah, when you win an auction that I just showed here, so you can like depending if you had the goods, you could build a building based on the style that you just won the auction for, and then you would buy buildings that were available at that time. More and more buildings become available per round. You play 10 rounds. This is one of those games where you want to get into debt in order to be able to do something, but eventually you want to buy your way out of debt. Um, but yeah, but as you get more and more buildings, see if we can get more buildings here. Just trying to see if we can. There we go. But as you get more and more buildings, some of them will do their something on their own. Some of them you need to have workers activate them at the start of your turn, because that's when at the start of your turn is when you take some of your workers and allocate them to buildings so they will actually do something during that phase. Um, but yeah, there's like um the thing that makes this game kind of cool as well is that you can't just like go crazy with the trading. So you can't be like I make this and then I could trade this to get this, trade this to get that, do this, do that, do this. You can't do all the things. You are limited to trade tokens. So like you have like if you want to do like buy something that costs a trade token. If you want to sell something that costs a trade token. So like you have to strategically figure out with the limited amount of purchasing power that you have with the trade tokens how you can like get like the most out of your tableau as you keep building it. So like you get 10 whole rounds, and that's the other thing, you have to make sure that you have money to bid for new stuff while being able to pay off debt. Um, I thought this game was pretty cool. It was a lot of fun. It might be a little longer than what some people want for a game that involves all these things, but I to me this is hell of a good time. I definitely went out and bought this game after I tried it on Board Game Arena. Found a used copy for a fair price, and it was definitely worth the purchase. Yeah, Homesteaders, good shit. Um, all right, so let's go on to, let's see, 15, 14, 13. Let's go on to number 12. Let's discuss Luxor. All right, so this game is actually not far off the top from the rankings. It's 1023. This game was also nominated for the Spiel des Jahres Awards. Which is crazy that a game that was nominated for that is this far down the fucking list. It's the designers from Rudiger Dorn. It's the same person who designed Instable, which is a game I really love. But yeah, like this game is, I didn't really care for it at first, but the more I have played this game, the more I've really gotten to enjoy it. I think the problem people have with it is just it's a little long for what it is. But I genuinely enjoy it. So the idea is you basically have multiple meeples. You play cards out of your hand to move these meeples onto tiles in this pyramid, and you're making your way to a center tomb with these meeples that will net you some points and get you some bonus tokens. But the idea is you want to have enough people on these areas to be able to collect items. And the items themselves will have points on them. But not only that, you get points for the sets of items that you have, because there's like 3 different treasures. So for every set you have, you'll get more bonus points. You need to get keys to access the tomb, and then the tomb has bonus points. Another cool thing is that the further in you are with your meeples, you get points for where your meeples at. There's like cool little features like being able to get more enhanced cards for your hand instead of the starting deck, the starting deck that you are granted with. And then there's some pretty nifty little, like, you can warp. There's like tunnels that you can warp from one place to another if you land on it. Yeah, the game is not super like complicated at all, but it is just, I do have a good time with it just because it's like you're trying to outmaneuver your opponents. You're trying to grab things before they do. Especially if you can get the upper hand. The way your hand plays is interesting because you got to play the far left card, the far right card, and yeah, every card you get goes to the middle. Whenever you gain a card, it goes to the middle of your hand, and then, like I said, you play your left card or your right card only. It's kind of cool. Yeah, for some reason I've just been enjoying more Rudiger Dorn like entries, and the more I play this, I was having a good time with it. Definitely a game I want to own physically at some point, which I'm pretty sure it doesn't cost that much, and I just haven't gotten around to getting it yet. So I do want to play this. Do want to get this down the road. I do enjoy playing it on Board Game Arena. So yeah, this was Luxor. My number 15, number 12. Yeah. So my number 11 is Yido. So Yido, the original Yido, is not in the top 1000 either. So it is just outside the top 1000. It's 1094. This is the original printing. I have the Deluxe Master Edition. You can see there. But yeah, this is a game where you have workers that you place on the board to be able to do certain things. So there's all sorts of things you do, but the idea is you are trying to complete contracts to get the most points in this game. That's really what this game's all about. I think what makes the game kind of cool is I do enjoy like the theme. I kind of like the look of it. I really I like that it's a set collecting game as well. So like you need like this that in order to like complete contracts. So it's worker placement, set collecting. Um kind of yeah. It's it's a little bit of yeah, just basically grab all and then complete the contracts to the fullest. Um but the idea is that you want to be obviously you're trying to outplace your opponent's workers because each of the places in the center will do something unique or offer you something cool that other that you normally would want. Um so it's like, yeah, I need this. I will put this here and then eventually you'll have to like um yeah, as you can see, you'll have to like sometimes you'll get some bonus cards that'll let you do some cool things like that. Like I said, it's been what several months since I played this game. But yeah, that's all this game's really is. It's about completing a bunch of contracts, as many as possible, using set collection, collecting all these different random things with your worker placement. Um, and they also have like a guard mechanic that goes around certain areas and basically will shut areas off so you can't like go there. Basically you'll get punished if you encounter the guard, that sort of thing. But yeah, overall, this is an enjoyable worker placement game. I don't know why it's so low on the list. Probably because it doesn't. I don't know. I think it looks like it has more going on than what it is, and I think it's probably a little overwrought with like fiddliness, considering all you do is just get things and pay for contracts. Like it looks like a lot, but it's not a lot. Um so yeah. Yeah, that's kind of what Edo is. And as you can see, it looks like a lot. Really not a lot. Anyways, yeah, I think we're good. We'll move on from Edo. Let's talk about let's see 15, 14, 13, 12, 11. Talk number 10. Number 10 is Kalis 1303. So Kalis is actually just outside the top 1000 at 1012. So Kalis is a different implementation of the original Kalis. What makes this one a more preferred version? I prefer to play this one over the other one. The income in this one is actually workers as opposed to money. And then secondly, um, when it comes to the old game, um, you're not fully investing on completing a castle. You are investing on feeding people. If I recall, it's been a hot minute since I played this. But yeah, like you are still doing the thing where you move the provost and screwing people out of activating like houses and their areas. You're trying to turn lands into prestigious areas, getting points for those. I think the thing that mostly sets this apart from its predecessors, everybody has a unique power that helps them in the game, and those can be swapped and moved around between people. So not one person's stuck with the same power. And people can hold multiple powers, by the way. So not only is there a few powers available and people can get them, but people can hold multiples at a time of these powers. It just depends on whether or not you care to get a power back in your favor or not. But so it's to me, I know some people probably prefer the original version. I enjoyed this one a little more. Played in both, having played both. I love that there's a little bit of nuance that you can do. Um, I also I don't know if the provost is as punishing in this one or in the original, but I just I just love that you know you can earn favor and try to vie for having unique properties that are only at least the powers offer some form of asymmetry throughout the game if you own the power. That way, it kind of alters one strategy just a little bit to have to deal with that. Um, so it's not, um, yeah. Overall, I have a lot of fun with this one. Great worker placement game. Kalis is, but then like I said, some people like the original, which the original is in the top 100. I think it was still. Was Kalis in the top 100? 138. 138. It was in the top 100 forever. It was in there forever, but now it's not. Okay. So, yeah, it's no longer in the top 100, but it's a very long-standing popular worker placement game. And yeah, um I just prefer this version. I don't I know some people would probably argue that's a lesser inferior version. Didn't exactly enjoy the powers in between players, but um to me, I like a little bit of chaos with my strategy, so be it. So yeah. Anyways, that's Kalis 1303. All right, we got what 10, let's see. I can't keep track. 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10. Yeah. So Kalis was number 10. We got number 9 is Applejack. I do not own this one physically, but this one is a puzzly UA Rosenberg game. I do enjoy his puzzly games as well as his farming games. This is almost ranked. It's 2,995. It's almost 3,000. So Applejack is a tile placing game, tile drafting and placing, where you based on what you place. Let's see if we can find a better pick. There we go. So the idea is you are placing tiles on your board. You're drafting depending on where the die is at on the middle board. But you draft tiles and you place these tiles on your board. You want orchids of orchards of apples. So basically colored apples that are samey, that are contiguously like together in a group. And the more you have of said apple, the more you will get of honey. which I don't fully understand how that translates, but you want honey to be able to purchase said tiles and play tiles. So, um, basically, you want to match honeycombs on edges when you place tiles because you would basically you could net um, or gain honey based on the values of the honey on the said honeycombs. But like I said, you want to get there's several different colors of apples, and you want to have those colors like actually form a big group because that is what's going to net you honey, which is the victory points at the end of the game when it's all said and done. Um, yeah, let's get out of here. But yeah, right here's the middle. Die will go around, and basically, as it hits certain apples on the middle here, that's depending on how much of that apple you get, you make that much honey. So, and then like you basically harvesting honey gets harder after every round trip on this board. So like by the time you reach round 3, like you really need to grow your apple harvest to even get anything from your orchards, which is which can be a little difficult depending on the tiles that are available when you draft. Um, I don't know if a lot of people enjoy this game. It is a bit fiddly with the keeping track of the honey because you're always spending and getting honey as you are playing. So that could be a little bit of a pain to try to keep track of because I've only played this digitally. I think it might be a little bit of a pain to manage physically. So, but I wouldn't know until I own this and play this physically. All right. So let's discuss. That was number 9. My number 8 would be Townfolk Tussle. I don't know how to. There we go. And I clicked on the wrong one. There we go. Townsfolk Tussle. It is ranked 1,488. This is a boss battler. So basically, it's got the old school cartoon like Cuphead like art design, and basically, you pick a character like Norman Fishboy here, and you're gonna deal with a bunch of nasty nasties like these guys. Um, you're gonna fight up to 4 bosses in a mini like gambit, and each one gets particularly harder as you go. But you do get to beef yourself up and get items to help fight these nasties. And yeah, mine are painted. These are not mine, obviously, but yeah, they look real awesome. Pretty cool miniatures that you get with this game. But yeah, as I said, it's a boss battler. You get abilities, you get items after every round. Real cool. You try to win some abilities to get some points, get some coin for items, that sort of thing. Yeah, as I said, some pretty cool shit. Yeah, so the terrain's got like some interactive elements and whatnot, and then yeah, it's pretty cool. I enjoyed this game. It's no Kingdom Death Monster, I'm sure, but you know, it's for what it is, it's fun. I have a great time with it. I know I've busted it out a couple times in the last couple years, and people enjoy it, have a good time with it. That's all I can hope for. Um, so let's do. All right, so my number 7 is on the Underground London Berlin. This game is 2,391. So basically, this game is based on this based on a subway system. You can either do London or Berlin. The board's double sided. But the idea is there's a lazy passenger. You're trying to guide this lazy passenger around the town, and he is gonna go to all these different areas or sites, and he is gonna use the easiest mode of transportation possible to get to said sites that are randomly drawn each and every round. But the idea is you want him to use your subway routes, your particular trains, um or I think it's just routes in general. You want him to use your route as often as possible. And the routes are divvied up into multiple different colors. So you are represented by 2 or 3 colors, depending on maybe 4, depending on how many players you play with. But the idea is you want to basically be able to build these routes up, and depending on and first come first serve on on some of these routes. But the idea is you want to make sure that he is always riding on routes that you claim, because obviously you get the most points when that happens. So it's kind of fun to be able to try to strategically take advantage of what your opponents are trying to do when, like, you're both, like, you and your opponents are trying to gauge, like, where you can maximize getting the most points depending on how often or where the passenger's been. And of course there's chances for extra points depending on where you build and what have you. um so yeah, it's it's got a little bit of like a Ticket to Ride feel in a sense, but it also is a little different because you kind of have to, there's a little bit of RNG because you never really know where the dude is gonna go next from round to round. So it's kind of like, okay, I want to build this orange route here because I know that eventually there's some of these places are gonna get flipped up, and he's gonna keep hitting this area, which I'm gonna get points when he does. Or yeah, sometimes you want to reach areas and get points that are unique. These little red areas that will offer you bonus points if you build to them. Some will give you some other points based on how where, like, if you build in a whole round area, I think. Um, but yeah, I don't know. I just thought it was kind of cool. Instead of building for preparing for, like, instead of building routes like in preparedness for, like, if someone was gonna travel, like, as if you were making a map on your own or something like that. It's like, hey, I just like take a ride, like all the trains routes, like, hey, these are all the routes, blah blah blah. You're actually making these routes as you go so that you can constantly basically be the company that helps this passenger and shuttles them along everywhere they need to go. You want to be as reliable as you can be for them so you can score as many points as you can off them. So, yeah, overall, I thought it was a fun game. Um, I really should get this out on the table um, at some point down the road. It's been a minute since I played this one. All right. Number 6, we have Masmora Dungeons of Arcadia. Indy Bob, welcome in. Just kind of going over my top 15 games that are not in the top 1000 of Board Game Geek. So Masmora Dungeons of Arcadia is ranked 1939. This is in the Arcadia Quest line of games. Steam on obviously at that. So basically, this is a game where, to explain Arcadia Quest is your adventure, and it's PvE and PvP usually, and you're like going against, everything and anything on a board, trying to kill everything. And one of those games where it's fun until someone just wins all the time because it had a bad runaway leader effect. This is a side, while characters from this game could be used for like Arcadia Quest, this game was kind of on its own, where it's like you can upgrade your character a little bit because like it's meant to be played cooperatively, I think, to some extent. I mean, you could play PvE and PvP and see who's the best dungeon crawler. But yeah, the idea is enemies are represented by dice that are rolled and put on the board. All the 6 different enemies had unique properties. But yeah, basically competing and dungeon crawling. Like, it's kind of cool in that sense. So where Arcade Quest is like just a room where you just an arena where you're basically just going at each other full bore, friend and foe alike. Here you're doing a little more questing and exploration, and I think the co-op mode I thought was kind of fun as well, because I've done both the PvE, PvP, and like the co-op mode of this and the PvP mode of this. And overall, I just, for what it offers, I thought this was more fun than Arcadia Quest. Um, had a real good time with it overall. Really not that hard to play. It was pretty easy to understand how to use abilities and whatnot. So yeah, definitely one I had a good time with. My friend owned it, and I wish I kind of owned it myself because he moved away, and I have no way of playing it now. So maybe at some point I can try to get this at whenever. But yeah, this one, yeah, definitely my favorite like Arcadia Quest line type of game, because I've played Starcadia Quest, I've played Arcadia Quest, I think there was like one other one I've tried. But yeah, this was the one I've enjoyed the most. And yeah, definitely would recommend it to people if they happen to catch a copy of this. So yeah, that was Masmora. Number 5. Number 5 is Coda 9. This is probably the lowest ranked game I have on the list. Yeah. This game is ranked 7,491. So I actually just recently replayed this with some friends. So Coda 9 is a very unique game. It's a worker placement game that has you play a couple of rounds. The idea is that everybody has 2 cards that change the rules of the game. And the rules will they change and do all sorts of different things. They change the victory point value of certain things. Some will give you more victory points if certain things happen. Some will basically tell you outright you don't win the game if certain other things happen. So basically, the idea of the game is you are trying to activate areas to find out what the other rules of the game are. because other than the normal like worker placement rules and spending will to do activate things, you don't know what the rules are. You know the inherent point values of say these tokens here, but they could be different based on the rules of the game that everyone else is sitting in front that based on the rules that are sitting in front of people. So the idea is you want to learn as much as you can of the rules of the game while also trying to make sure that no one knows the rules that you're trying to hold on to because obviously people are going to try to peep at your shit. And then the game can end either through 5 rounds or there is a special way or means of ending the game early depending on whether or not people want to activate the special gimmick for ending the game early. That is up to them. But basically there's a hierarchy of like following the rule, like which rules you have to like adhere to and see like what scores what when they score, and because the rules are so different and weird, and I wonder if there's like okay, so like somebody could have number 7 which says all victory points from the snakes are negative. So if like you have this rule and someone else collected a bunch of snakes and they didn't know that you had this rule, they're gonna have a shit ton of points lost. And maybe they should have looked at that card from you and instead of just collecting snakes. Where maybe some other person was like, they had the number 16 card. If there's one player with the most will, they gain 5 victory points. And there's all these different like cards that activate in the scoring round. Like when you go to check your scores, like when the order number of priority, you have to check them in to see when or how things score, because yeah, it's definitely weird. With some of these are very unique, some of these are just out there, like this one says let me see if like this one says if code 26 is in the game, that the winner of this game is the player with the least victory points. So basically this is code 27. If card 26 is in the game, the winner of the game is the person with the least victory points now. So when you see cards like that, like you obviously want to try to be able to make sure no one will ever see that card, because there's on your board you have to choose a card that's easier for people to see and a card that people have to spend a lot more resources or make much more effort to be able to look at. So like yeah, it's a bit of social deduction on top of worker placement when it comes to like trying to figure out the rules of the game. So I don't know why. I just really thought this game was kind of cool. I can understand why no one liked it or people weren't that big into it, but I personally, this is probably one of my few guilty pleasures on like in the board gaming hobby. I just genuinely enjoyed this. It's not even that long of a game. I think that's the other thing. It's not that long of a game. So it's like if people didn't like it, well, the experience ain't gonna last that long. So if they dreaded it or thought it was not that much fun, well, it's like okay, game's over. It's cool. You don't ever have to play it again. But no, I genuinely have a good time with this game. So does this dude apparently. So but yeah. Archer, I hope you're well. Hope you're doing good. So yeah, that was my number 5, Coda 9. Let's go to number 4. Number 4. So my number 4 on this list is ranked 1,802. It is Space Station Phoenix. Again, the theme, worker placement. There is basically this game is kind of unique. I really surprised it's this low on a list. So there's a lot. This thing's a table hog for one, which I can see why some people didn't like it. But there's a lot of unique starting hubs that people can grab, and there's a lot of unique like station segments people can build onto their station that in a sense people can build quote draft from other people, first come first serve. But yeah, in this game the idea is you are gonna um activate ships that people own or that you own, and you're gonna take actions that will basically bring in help you build a space station which will allow you to maximize profits and get victory points on top of on well obviously you want the most victory points, but um you want to find different means to get the most victory points, because there's a shit ton of ways to get victory points in this game between building your space station and you're trying to house as many different aliens and humans on your station. Your hub will score uniquely based on whatever the hub is looking for. Um, Different parts of the space station you build could score you points at the end. Everybody's got this. There's the shared like negotiation board, but basically the idea is you want to be higher on the board because every time someone takes, say, a pink ship action, nah, that's no. I can use that example. But every time someone takes a pink ship action, whoever is the highest on the pink ship track will then be able to get a reward um based on that. So every time someone does like certain actions, whoever's the highest on said tracks gets certain rewards, and then it trickles on down. So the higher you are up on the track, the better rewards that are available to you. Um yeah, this is definitely a game that it's there it's really finicky. It's got a lot of like it's just there's a lot of just bullshit on the table. I'm not gonna lie. It's there's a lot of things, but I like the idea that you have like you start with a certain amount of ships to activate, and you draft ships at the beginning too. So you want to be able to activate your opponent's ships as well as yours, because eventually um you just run out of stuff to do. And the main way you get the steel resource in this game is cannibalizing your ships. So eventually you are cannibalizing your ships for steel to build your space station. You need to rely on your opponent's ships to be able to do actions. So like depending on what they have and what you decide to cannibalize, like you gotta yeah along the way make certain decisions that aren't gonna like corner you into a hole to where you're having to use like neutral stations to be able to complete your game, which are super expensive. um but overall, like I don't know, I just thought it was kind of fun, like being able to build a space station, having all these aliens just come in and party, scoring a shit ton of points for everything you do in this game, which I thought was cool. um yeah, just I don't know why it really grabbed at me, and this is one I don't mind playing every so often because I love being able to enjoy a fun filled space game. So so yeah, Space Station Phoenix. And another lovely entry from Rio Grande. I know people think Rio Grande games are ugly. This game probably not much of an exception. So but yeah, let's discuss our number 3 on the list. Echo's First Continent. So this is 1185 on the list. So this is a board area control. I wouldn't say area control. Basically, everyone at the table is building a Pangea. you're putting animals and moving animals on this board. You're building water, you're building land, you're putting trees and mountains out. And everybody's got cards in front of them that they're playing that are doing these things while also having cards that score them points, which obviously the most points win. The first person to get to a certain point total wins, but the idea is some of these cards can only activate once, some of these cards can activate up to 4 times. These cards are activated based on symbols drawn out of a bag. Yes, it is a bingo-esque style game. So somebody will draw these tiles out of the bag, and you are basically, based on the symbol that is drawn, you are putting cubes on these cards to activate said cards. So you can see some of these cards here. So you can basically, you activate the card, and if the card has more than one use, there's leaves on the side of the card. You turn the card around. Basically, a lot of this game is turning cards to kind of represent how many times they've been used. Because some cards you can only use once, some cards you can use multiple times. But yeah, the idea is you fill a card full of cubes that some cards take a few cubes, some take a lot more. And once you have all the cubes you need on a card, you activate the card, do everything on the card as much as possible. And therefore, and that's the game. Like, and you are basically, like I said, trying to get these cards out and play, do as much as you can with said cards, get as many activations as possible with the symbols that are drawn through the bingo, and yeah, try to score as many points as possible. I don't know. The idea that the people have to work together to basically build the Pangea that they have to use in order to score points. And then like you could like get cards later that basically take advantage of how someone has built the Pangea, or certain things that have happened that make you want to have to pivot, or just be like, okay, well, clearly they're making a lot of mountains. Let's see if I can find a mountain card that'll let me just get some more points off mountains now, you know? Yeah, I just really enjoyed, like, just, you don't see too many games like this, honestly. It's kind of cool. Watching the board grow, and then on top of that, you are also trying to, um, basically, you're playing bingo and getting rewards for the bingo. So it's, just, yeah, a lot of fun. Good time. Um, yeah. Let's talk about number 2 on my list. Number 2, Paris. Is ranked 1,408. Now Paris, it's a Kiesling Kramer design, which you would not think a Kiesling Kramer game would be this low, but it is. Oh, you're playing games in real life. I see how you are. You do that. Have fun. Have a good time. So, Paris, this is a game where basically you are basically bidding on like on buildings and resources in a sense. Um, Very interesting concept of how you bid in this game. So basically, you take keys, you go ahead and you build, like, buildings show up, and as they show up, you also try to bid on them to be able to um basically claim the building, and then take the good. Um as you're bidding, like, it's you're also trying to also you're getting like bonus rewards that will either get you victory points, or it'll get you goods. So as you reach do certain actions, you get to move your bonus tile guy around, and you basically you have to skip ahead and choose which tile you want to grab, because if you you might not want certain tiles because they don't really help you, so you have to go past them. But once you pass them, you can't like grab those tiles in the future. Um, but yeah, like I do appreciate like some of the strategy in this game because like um sometimes you're jockeying for position depending on um how much these areas are worth because like I said it's area control in a sense that you're trying to own the highest prestige buildings in each district. Each district will score differently, and I will show you why. So each district will have these victory point tokens on them, and depending on who certain people have to do certain things, and they put these tokens on the districts, which will then change like how much they're worth. Um, which is kind of cool that eventually like you might invest somewhere very heavily and then all of a sudden it's like someone puts a victory point thing on there that makes it not worth as much and it's like damn it, spent too much. Why did I invest here? um this game is also made from Game Brewer the company folded yeah, they folded like 2 years ago, like a year and a half, 2 years ago. So this game no longer I don't know if this game got picked up by anyone or if someone has access to it, but um yeah, eventually you want to purchase and get these higher costly like higher costing valued places. You put them at the edge of the districts and then you try to, claim those to get more points. It's a it's a pretty gorgeous looking game. I kind of enjoy it. So yeah. Pretty fun one. Um yeah, see if there's any other photos. Yeah. Yeah, the photo or the actual game has this like the Arc de Triomphe like 3D sitting in the middle of the table, which is kind of cool. Um but yeah, like I said, pretty enjoyable game. That man should have been banned a long time ago. Um I'm actually surprised it's not a worker placement game because that's been um a lot of the games I mentioned were worker placement games, but yeah, this is more just area control, action selection, um picking the right bonus tiles and making the right moves with what's available to you. So, the number one game that I enjoy that is not in the top 1000 of Board Game Geek is Monsterlands. Monsterlands. Is there a second one? Yeah, this game never came out. Apparently, there was supposed to be a sequel, but it never came out. Okay. Yeah. I was very surprised to see the sequel. I'm like, wait, what? There's a sequel? Monsterlands. So this is 2628. This is a man. I rank this a 9.5. That's how much I love this game. So this game is a dice dice placement, push your luck style game. It's hard to. I wonder if how many photos and shit I can find here. So the idea of this game is you hire You basically have a tavern. You're hiring mercenaries, or you have a guild. You're hiring mercenaries, and all these mercenaries represent different factions. And the idea is you want to not only be able to prepare and get certain things more like basically use dice in this game to get items and hire mercenaries and this and that, because all the mercenaries give you dice, and there might be certain other things that will give you dice as well, but mostly the mercenaries in your tribe will give you dice. But you take these dice, you allocate them to do a few things and get some stuff you need, whatnot. A lot of the time, you're going to take the dice, which are, as you can see, they're up here. You're going to take these dice and you're going to allocate them to different sections of this board to either go on personal quests, or you're going to try to defeat monsters that are roaming the lands, or you are going to claim lands that are then been freed from the monster. Sometimes the monster will angry monsters that don't die come over here and they start storming the castle and dealing not, some what have you to all the players and possibly interrupting preparation rounds in the future, which is not something you want. But so the idea is that this game is push your luck in a sense that there's a monster and a land in these areas, like the dice is covering up another area where there would be a monster and a land. So basically, people can line up dice and a mercenary chit in one of these four spots here to decide who's going to go after the monster. And there's payment requirements as far as dice go to pick said row, and that changes every round as well. So the person who goes on the left side, far left, will be the first one to take the crack at the monster. And if basically monsters roll first. So monsters roll, if they don't kill you, you get to roll against the monster. If you can't kill the monster, then the next person gets to roll against the monster, except the monster gets to hit them first too. So basically, people take turns cracking at the monster until the monster dies. If the monster don't die, like I said, it goes to the castle and gets real angry. If the monster does die, person that kills the monster reaps those rewards. But then there's the land that they can claim. The next person who's got dice up on the area can then go after and roll for the land and try to get the land claimed. So that is one thing for sure, is that if you want the land and not so much the monster, you might want to be one of the last ones to roll and hope that someone else takes out the monster. If you are all about the monster, you want to be one of the first ones to roll. And then, like I said, there's all sorts of cute little like things where you can not only fight the monster, but you can trap the monster instead of fighting it, which will give you different rewards that, rewards are different based on whether you trap it or kill it. Depends on what you need. There's just, if you look at the game, there's all sorts of parts everywhere. It's kind of fiddly. Like obviously shit's for everything. But the idea that is that you want to get enough renown to basically get your renown all the way to where the crown's at. That's where the game ends. If you can get your renown there, you get renown by hiring all these mercenaries, by defeating the monsters, getting land, that sort of thing. Yeah, you play up to 6 rounds, and as you and depending on the difficulty of the game, the monsters get stronger as the rounds progress, which is kind of cool as well. Adds a little have a little little cringy what do we do as you keep going. No, I genuinely like, I don't know why. This game is so much fun. And there is variance in this game to allow for PvP. In a sense that you can actually have um things that you purchase that will screw other players out of their luck. So you can place like traps for people that are not expecting them, and then like they think they're going in with with a lot of dice to roll against the monster. You can spring your trap, and then all of a sudden they lose 2 dice, and now they're down 2 dice against a monster that they thought they could beat easy. Now they can't. Now the chances are they're not gonna kill them, and they're gonna walk away empty handed if they even survived in the first place. Maybe you took away their shields by and now they gotta hope they survive the monster naturally. Who knows? I'm not really played much with the traps and stuff like that, because this game is hard enough without the traps, and then if you want to add the pure fuckery with getting in people's heads with the traps and stuff, you can do that, but I would probably prefer not to do that unless you got everybody's at the table agreeing with the sense of humor that everybody's getting fucked tonight. But yeah, this is easily my favorite game in this list. Um, Probably another guilty pleasure because, like I said, it's yeah, I have a good time with it. It's fun to be able to roll dice, try to kill the monsters, get the lands, get everything, get all the glory, and yeah, just yeah, see some failure along the way as well, as some people will be very sad they don't get what they want. Um, yeah, this is a fun game. I have a good time with it. So, yeah, that's Monsterlands. It's number one. Um, but yeah, that's kind of my list of top 15 games that are my top 15 games that are outside the top 1,000 ranks for Board Game Geek. Hope you all watched this and had a good time listening to me ramble on. But I'm gonna call it a morning. Um, we'll be doing more board gaming later tonight, as we are not doing Gloomhaven due to Zidonk not having a usable computer at the moment. So if you want to watch Gloomhaven, blame Zidonk. It's all his fault. No, we're gonna get off here and get some food and probably go to bed here soon. So Archer, it was good to see you, of course, as always. I hope you enjoy Backlash. I'm gonna try to watch that later tonight, before I stream. So yeah, we'll I guess I'll catch you guys later on tonight, hopefully. So let's go ahead and raid on out of here. All right. We got what's raid Toya? It's been a minute. Give Toya a lovely raid. Be friendly. And yeah, I will see everybody around. Take care.